Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. I'm Erica Hernandez outside the Cadena Reeves Justice Center. It is day 8 of the trial for 3 former San Antonio police officers who are charged in the shooting death of Melissa Perez. We've been covering this case extensively for the last for the last 8 days. So it is day 8 today. I wanted to give you a little overview of kind of what happened yesterday. We had Officer Andrew Trinot, who was on the stand for most of the day. He was called back from the day from, I believe, last Friday when he first took the stand, and he was another officer on the scene. This is the second police officer that the district attorney's office has called up to the stand. He was another one of the officers at the scene, obviously not charged in this case. He talked about a little more about that night and being there on the scene. He talked about how former Sergeant Alfred Flores was the one in charge of everyone there at the time, back on June 23rd, 2023. He heard Melissa Perez yelling through her door and through her apartment about, needing a warrant to go in. He said they had kind of gathered together before, came up with the plan. The plan was that they were going to try to get her attention toward the back of her apartment, and then that's when they would try to enter in to go and arrest her. He said at the time he was put in place toward that back of that apartment so he can kind of be there to distract her when she went that way. Obviously, things did not end up that way. He said by the time he knew it, he turned around, something had escalated, and shots were fired. He did not see those moments leading up to when those shots were fired. We saw that in his body cam footage. It's kind of like he turns around and you see that moment where officers start fire from his vantage point. He was a very level-headed officer. He said he didn't want to what was the term? He didn't want to Monday morning quarterback what could have happened or what did happen. He's like, I didn't see it. But one thing he did say that didn't, really go into the favor for the state was that he believed they were still justified to be on that patio and to try to make entry to arrest her. She had at that point already committed a felony criminal mischief by cutting the fire alarm system, as well as had already attempted to swing a hammer at another police officer at that time. So, again, another state witness that's kind of saying things that go against their theory. We saw that with Officer Salinas, and he was even taken off the stand because of that, because he ended up pleading the fifth about how he didn't believe the state's theory. Now we're hearing it kind of again. Yesterday ended with a crime scene investigator on the stand. They were about to enter more than 100 crime scene photos that investigator had taken after that Melissa Perez was shot in her apartment. I anticipate we're going to see those crime scene photos today. At times when we're having these live streams and you'll see the photos come up and then you'll see us kind of pan away. If they're graphic photos in nature, we will not be showing them. That's just kind of our policy. I want you to understand we're not trying to keep things away. I'll try to describe later. We will try to describe later kind of what is being shown. I do anticipate that there will be some graphic photos being shown today in the courtroom. There was, like I said, there was more than 100 photos that were going to be admitted today by the state. It could be all afternoon that we see this happening. So I don't know, beyond that crime scene investigator being back on the stand to have those photos entered into the courtroom in front of the jury, I don't anticipate much more happening this afternoon, but I could be wrong. We could have another blow up. We could have some other things kind of happen. It's happened before. Trials are so unpredictable. We don't know what's going to happen, what's going to be said, what arguments are going to be made. That's why we're there. We are live streaming this case. I want to give you a QR code that you can scan that should be up right now. This code will give you to this live stream article. There, we're putting a minute-by-minute rundown of everything that is happening today. We've been doing that in the past articles. Not everyone is able to hear all afternoon long or miss stuff in between coming back and forth to the live stream. So this is a good opportunity to see what is happening all day long as we put that kind of rundown, that play-by-play of what's happening throughout the day. Now we are at 1:29. The trial is expected to start at 1:30 this afternoon. Usually they are most of the time they're a little late in starting by the time everybody gets set up. But we are live streaming. You can watch on all our digital platforms. So I'm going to throw it to the courtroom now. I believe mostly everybody is there right now. Stay with us. We'll have a full report at 5 o'clock on the news at 5 as well as at 6.
right, welcome back, members of the jury. Hope you had a pleasant evening and a good morning so far. As I told you before, we'll go through till the end of the day, and if you need a break for any reason, you let me know. All right? If you can't hear or anything like that, you let me know as well. When we last left off state, we were in your direct.
Good afternoon, everyone. You are the same crime scene investigator, Yvonne Diaz, who was testifying when we ended yesterday. Is that right?
Correct.
I believe when we broke, the state had offered photographs numbered state exhibits 29 through 75 and 77 through 140 and 151. And we re-urged in front of the jury that offer.
Your Honor, I don't have any issue. There was a few things I haven't been able to see the finished product as far as what we had talked about yesterday. That's what I'm Your Honor, may I look at those?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, Your Honor, we have no objection as in the form that they're in.
All right. And those are admitted.
And what numbers exactly are they?
It was State's Exhibits 29 through 75, 77 through 140, and 151.
Thank you, Judge.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, and kind of we finished, these are pictures you took at the crime scene here. And I note in State's Exhibit 28C that were taken in your examination of the crime scene on June 23rd, 2023, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What I want to do is I want to kind of go through these photos you took, and I want you, as I'm kind of going through these photos for the jury, I want you to kind of illustrate here on this diagram what we're looking at.
Okay, so you want me to stand?
You can use this
Okay.
pen here to kind of point to the area.
Do you mind taking this close?
How about you?
Yes, that'd be good.
State's Exhibit 151. Can you see on your monitor what I'm showing?
Yes.
Tell us what this is.
This is my photo board. It states the case number, the address, the location that I'm at, which is 6200 Old Pearsall Road. Also has my name, date of birth. I'm sorry, my name, my date, and the time.
State's Exhibit 29. What are we looking at here?
So that is the exterior of the apartment. Walking.
I'm sorry.
TV.
Is that working?
No, they were. They just turned them off.
Okay. Can you see the first picture?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 29. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, that's the exterior of apartment 3102. So that shows you walking towards that way. There's the walkway, the porch, and the hallway.
Number 30. Tell us what we're seeing here.
That's going up the walkway and screens, window screens.
Is the door we see in the middle of the screen the entry to that apartment?
Yes, 3102.
Number 31.
So
What do we see here?
that's the breezeway walking towards 3102.
I had talked with you about sometimes particular crime scenes have certain challenges. Was there a challenge here involving water?
Yes. We were told by firefighters that water was pouring out of the kitchen sink area and that it would be shut off, but that water would be continuing for the next hour.
Okay, and did their prediction come true?
Yes, there was water in the living room, dining room, porch area, and kitchen.
Case Exhibit 32, tell us what you see.
So that's underneath the breezeway in front of apartment 3102.
Okay, and is that front door open?
Yes. The entryway of apartment 3102, so that's leading into, to the left will be the living room, dining room area.
Okay, can you illustrate where that is on your diagram?
Yes. So we're walking in here, straight ahead, that door that you see is the closet. To the left, you would have the living room, the dining room, and the kitchen area.
This is number 34. Tell us what that is.
So the courtyard area in front of the porch of 3102.
Can you point on the diagram where we're looking at?
Yes. So I'm standing around here in this area, so you're viewing the patio.
Okay. And is that actually the tree that you have in the diagram there?
Yes.
Okay. This is work. 35. Tell us what we see here.
So now it appears that the spent shell casings are being marked. So the markers that you see are right in front of the patio porch area.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to kind of take your report here with you, unless you have it memorized. The diagrams, whatever will take to assist you. But you see all those kind of yellow placards here.
Yes.
You see, what are those?
Casings, spent shell casings.
Okay, well, the placards themselves.
The
yellow
evidence
things.
markers.
The yellow
Evidence markers,
things.
I'm sorry.
Okay. They're evidence markers.
Correct.
Okay, were they placed by you and your team?
Yes.
Okay, why would you place those in those locations?
To not lose any evidence.
Okay. Is it something is part of your equipment when you pull up to a crime scene that you have these available in your vehicle?
Yes, and they were immediately placed because water was still pouring out.
To kind of keep particular evidentiary items in place?
Correct.
How do you know what is important? What items have evidentiary value when you begin to process a crime scene like this?
So in this case, we know that we are looking for any evidence related to a shooting. So we're looking for spent shell casings, bullet fragments, firearms, things of that nature.
And you have your eyes to do that, right? Do you have any other advanced techniques to look for shell casings and bullets and those kinds of things?
Your flashlight, you have your team, pretty much your camera sometimes will pick that up as well when you're taking pictures. You may notice through the viewfinder that there's another casing next to that original casing you marked.
Did you need a metal detector or anything in this case?
Yes, metal detector would be needed as well.
Okay. And so when we see those placards there, are you able to tell from looking at where those evidence markers are, what was located in those various locations?
Yes.
And how do you do that? Like I see a yellow marker number 1. Where would I relate that to find out what was that positioning number 1 was?
I didn't hear your question.
Okay. When we see that evidence marker number 1, do you have in the evidence that we've admitted there on the scene and the legend to that scene, are you able to know what was actually at that location?
Yes.
And you're also able to know from referring to your report and knowing what you did?
Yes.
Okay. So this markers that we see here at 1, 2, 3, 4, 15, 16, and 17, what are those?
What are they?
Yes.
So they are spent shell casings. They are Hornady 9mm Lugers.
Okay. When a semi-automatic pistol is fired, right, and a bullet is propelled through the barrel or so, what becomes of that casing?
It becomes spent.
Okay, does it remain in the gun or is it
No, it's
catapulted
ejected.
from the gun?
It's ejected out of the gun.
Okay. And so when we talk about the casings that you find out here, are they casings that still contain the gunpowder and the bullet, or are they the ejected after firing cartridge?
The after
casings?
firing.
Okay. State's Exhibit 36, what do we see?
More markers marking the items of evidence, which are in this case spent shell casings.
And you can point in the diagram where we're looking at.
So now you're looking at this cornered area in front of the patio.
State's Exhibit 37, is this a closer view of some of those items?
Yes.
Here's 38. What do we see here?
So that's a close-up view of the spent shell casing.
Is that right here?
Yes.
Right here, State's Exhibit 39.
Spent shell casing marked as item of evidence 2.
State's Exhibit 40.
Spent shell casing marked as 3.
And here, we're looking over, these are all the ones that we could see from afar,
Yes.
right? That are in this area that you just pointed to?
Yes. That is also a spent shell casing. So it's marked as item of evidence 4, and you can see on the diagram here, circled number 4.
Thank you. This is Exhibit 42.
That's spent shell casing marked as number 5.
43.
So in there's several spent shell casings marked as number 5, 21, and 14.
And a closer view of those.
Yes.
This is 44 for the record. And 45, can you see kind of the debris there? An item under 21, under marker 21.
Yes, that's also a spent shell casing.
This is State's Exhibit 46. What do we have here?
Spent shell casing marked as 16 and 17.
This is State's Exhibit 47. What are we looking at here?
So that's inside the patio area. And those are evidence marked as spent shell casings, I believe. You have item number 9, 10, 8, 7, and 6.
Okay, and if you'll confirm, are all those fired shell casings?
Correct, they are.
Okay, and you called them Hornady?
That's the stamp that's placed on the casing.
What was the word, I'm sorry?
Hornady? Hornady?
Yes.
That's the brand?
Yes.
Essentially, that's not the size or anything of that
No.
nature, right?
Correct.
And are you able to tell, do you know what size they were?
On there it said a 9 millimeter.
9 millimeter. Okay. This is marked States 48. What do we see here?
So you see items of evidence number 8, 9, and 10. And those are also spent shell casings, Hornady 9 millimeter.
Okay, the door we see in this picture, where's that door at on your diagram?
That door is right here. You see a black line, and then it appears that the door is open, so you see 10.
This 49, what do we see?
6 and 7 are also spent shell casings, and that's also inside the patio.
State's Exhibit 50.
Number 8 is a spent shell casing inside the patio next to 6 and 7.
Okay, I see little crystallized things here and there. What is that?
That appears maybe glass.
State's 51.
That's items of evidence number 8 and 9, also inside the patio, and that is also spent shell casings.
Okay, we'll get this. Do you see this down here that I'm pointing at?
Yes.
What is that?
That's a prayer candle.
Okay. A prayer candle is composed of what?
Wax, glass.
Okay. Was there any wax in this particular candle?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So when you have a candle such as this here, the defense had shown the jury earlier, was this candle glass?
Prior to it being thrown onto the porch, yes.
Okay. And so what's remaining there we're seeing, is that a full glass there, or is that like some kind of sleeve that was in the glass?
It's a sleeve, and I do not recall if there's glass on there or not, but I know it's a sleeve.
Did you bring that with you today?
Yes.
Okay, we'll take a look at that. State Exhibit 52.
Spent shell casing marked as number 9.
53.
Spent shell casing marked as item of evidence number 10.
Again, still on the patio here.
Yes, it's on where the door's opened at, on the patio, it's right in front of that door.
This is number 54. What are we looking at?
11 is also a spent shell casing inside the patio.
$55, what do we see?
Number 11, which is inside the patio, it's also next to the closet of the exterior patio.
Okay, what is this right here?
A window frame, like a window screen.
Like a window screen?
Yes.
$56.
Item of evidence number 11, spent shell casing with that window frame on the floor.
Is 57 a close-up look at that shell casing?
Yes.
58, what do we see?
So now E20 is that sleeve that you pointed out earlier. It's inside the patio. And there's also number 9, which is a spent shell casing.
State's Exhibit 59, what do we see here?
It's a close-up view of this candle sleeve.
It's pretty much the remnants of a prayer candle.
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 60, what are we looking at?
So now we are inside, I'm still outside the patio, and I'm taking a picture looking in that doorway. So the doorway in between the patio and the living room.
And from looking in, is there some furniture we see here?
Yes.
And 2 evidence markers, right?
Correct. That's item of evidence number E12, which is a hammer, and E13, which is a bullet fragment.
Okay, not a casing, but a bullet.
Bullet fragment.
Fragment. 61, is that a closer shot of the hammer?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 13, is this a closer shot of the bullet fragment you mentioned?
Correct.
Now, with respect to all these items that you're talking about, did you bring those items with you to court and leave them with the court reporter?
Yes.
And we'll come to those in a few minutes. State's Exhibit 63. What are we looking at here?
So that's the exterior. I'm standing outside the patio in between the door frame of the entry into the living room and also the window frame.
Okay. these items here that we see kind of in the
Yes.
center of the picture, is there a reason why you photographed those, or was there any emphasis on those?
Yes, to show possible bullet impacts.
This is 64. What do we see here?
So this is still inside the patio. It's just a larger view of the window that is next to the doorway, and also more bullet impacts.
Okay, and on your diagram?
So we are looking at this wall, the wall in between the living room and the patio.
Maybe 65. What do we see here?
It's the same view of the window.
Okay. Is this a chair here?
Yes,
Kind of. And is the glass broken here?
yes.
This is Stacy Exhibit 66. What do we see here?
So now we are placing pink stickers to identify any bullet impacts that we can see.
When you say we,
Oh, sorry, myself and CSI Everhart, the CSI is at the scene. So those bullet impacts are marked with yellow sticker just to kind of give placement of where the bullet struck.
okay, so we're looking at these here,
Yes,
that I'm pointing to.
yes.
Stacy Exhibit 67.
So that is the door frame in between the patio and the living room, but it's the left door frame,
Okay,
the left
is
side of the door frame.
it a door or is it a window?
Let me see. Can you? Oh, I'm so sorry. That is the window frame. So that is the bottom window frame here between the living room and the patio.
And I pointed out because what is this item right here?
The TV.
Okay, is at the back of the TV.
Yes.
And again, it has it's got things that y'all marked on it.
Yes.
And what is the meaning on how these are labeled?
So we're marking them B1. B stands for bullet hole, bullet impact. So we're marking them as B1, B2, B3 as we're seeing these on that wall.
Now, the order, the B1, 2, 3, doesn't mean that
No.
you've been able to evaluate anyway which was fired first or second
Correct.
or third, right?
Correct. I'm not an expert in ballistics or trajectory. I'm just marking the impacts that I can see or what looks to be impacts.
This is Stacy's Exhibit 68.
So that is still the bottom of that window frame between the patio and living room.
And is that your hand or a hand of part of your team kind of to
Yes.
show the...
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
And in that screen there, is that your hand holding a ruler that's used to show the measurements between the two bullet strikes?
Yes.
Exhibit 69. Tell us what we see here.
So that's still the wall between the patio and the living room.
How long is that ruler that you have in your hand?
I can't read it from that
Here.
close. Can you go up a little? It's about 6 inches.
Okay. Stacy, Exhibit 70. Tell us what you see here.
So that's also marked what we appear to be bullet impacts on the patio door.
Now, when you're taking all these photographs, is it still dark outside?
Yes,
About what time in the morning do you estimate?
2:30 in the morning.
Okay. Is the body of the woman still in the apartment when when you get started?
Yes,
And so, do you add more than just natural light then to take these photographs?
if the light's available, we try to add more light. But other than that, it was dark when we got there. There was no lighting in that courtyard of that apartment.
Okay. So you use flash photography.
Yes.
looking here, State's Exhibit 71.
So bullet impacts on the door frame of the patio,
Is this inside the door or outside the door?
the exterior of the door, so outside.
State's Exhibit 72.
The
What are we
bullet
looking at?
impacts. So it's the same bullet impacts, but with the ruler added now, and that's on the patio door exterior.
State's Exhibit 73.
Well, that's a close-up of what we marked as bullet hole 1.
74.
Close-up of bullet hole 2, that's also on the exterior patio door.
75, a closer view of that same bullet strike.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 77.
So that is in the living room. So that is on the opposite side of the wall. So that's the wall between the patio and the living room, and now I'm inside the living room. But it appears that I'm facing from this view.
So you're standing from the diagram behind the couch there?
Yes, yes.
Taking a picture toward the back door.
Correct.
What's the condition of the floor in here?
It's wet. There's about 2 inches of still water, just stagnant.
And is the water, when you're taking these pictures, is it still running?
Yes.
This is State's Exhibit 78. What do we see here?
Same view. I'm still behind the couch.
There are items around Ms. Perez's body here. How do you determine, as we were talking about, what has kind of evidentiary value, what has evidentiary significance, and what does not?
So the items that were around her body are left behind by EMS. Some of the tools, plastics, paper that they were, I guess, to tear open their medical equipment. So some of that was left behind.
Okay, and are these things that you would routinely pick up and mark as evidence?
No.
And you didn't?
Correct.
This is at 79. What do we see here?
So now I'm standing by the patio door and facing the TV and Ms. Perez, as well as the blood on that wall between the patio and the living room wall.
Have you received any training in blood spatter or
No.
anything of that nature?
No.
But from your many years as a crime scene investigator, does that apparently look like blood to you?
Yes.
And these defects here on the wall,
Are what appear to be bullet impacts.
do they correspond with what pictures you had taken from the exterior wall?
Yes.
Safety exhibit number 80.
So that is a wider view of that wall between the living room and the patio, and that's on the interior side.
Okay, and on the TV, there are defects on the television here.
That's correct.
I don't see any marks or any of those stickers on there. Why is that?
Correct. Because at this point, we're just marking the first impact, the ones on the outside and not the inside, because, like I said, I'm not qualified in trajectory. I don't know, I cannot string the outside bullet holes, tie them to the interior bullet holes.
So you can't discern, and you didn't, and you weren't asked to discern whether a bullet defect was an entry or an exit or a through and through.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Is 87 what are we looking at?
Items of evidence number E12 and E13, and that's standing at the doorway between patio and living room.
You mentioned some of the debris here on the ground. Like these items, what do these appear to be?
Yes, it appears to be Ms. Perez's bra or her undergarment, her top undergarment.
And again, you didn't collect any of those things?
No.
State's Exhibit 82. What do we see here?
So that is the backside of Miss Perez.
Now, when you were present at the location, was EMS there during this time?
Yeah. At this time that I'm taking this
Yes.
picture, no, they were no longer.
They left.
They left.
How was it that her body got turned over to see the back?
The medical examiner.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of your question.
How was it that the body was turned so that you could see the back of her?
The medical examiner. So
Okay.
we wait. The body is not moved once I'm there, or crime scene investigators are there. We are not allowed to touch that body. That is for the medical examiner to go and start moving and conducting their preliminary examination.
Okay, when you say the medical examiner, is it
Yes.
an investigator from the medical examiner's office?
Correct.
Okay, and in any of these kinds of scenes where there's a shooting, will they respond out to the scene
Yes.
where there's a fatality?
Yes.
And you told us about your instructions. Are they responsible for the body thereafter?
Yes.
This is State's Exhibit 83. What are we looking at here?
So that's Miss Perez lying on her backside, facing up.
And there's equipment, kinds of things on her body, right? Do you
Correct.
recognize?
Yeah, some of them, I know from seeing bodies in the past with these sort of devices, that's all left by EMS.
State's Exhibit 85. Tell us what you see.
So that is the upper right shoulder of Miss Perez, but at the time, it appears that there's a device placed on her chest.
Is it some kind of seal? Some kind of plastic? If you know.
If I do not know, I know it's just placed by EMS, but it appears to me that that's what that would be there for.
And what was the reason you took the picture, if you know?
To show maybe if that was seal to cover up a wound.
This State's Exhibit 86.
So that is let's say that is the right hand of Miss Perez.
Okay. State's Exhibit 87.
The left hand of Miss Perez.
Okay. You know, we can see some kind of reflections in here, right?
Yes.
That kind of indicate how wet that floor was.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 88. What do we see here?
So that's the interior wall, as stated earlier, between the patio, living room, showing the blood, the apparent bullet impacts to the TV and the wall.
With respect to the blood there, is it wet?
No,
You
it
know?
appears that it's dried already.
Okay. And
If anything, it may be damp, but it's not still.
some still dripping?
Correct.
And stop. Right here in the window. What do we see there at this location?
The broken glass?
There's kind of a large piece of broken glass.
Yes.
Sorry, I enlarged it when the next picture did that for me. This is State's Exhibit 89. Is that what that is?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 90. Is that a close-up shot of the bullet defects on the television?
Yes.
And how many are there?
5.
State's Exhibit 91.
So that is the right side of the frame of the television. That's between the window and the living room.
Okay, and I can see 1, 2, 3, 4 defects, but only 3 are marked. Is there a reason for that?
Correct. I believe the one at the bottom was marked because of the frame that was in front of that TV.
Okay. And so you would have marked the window frame.
Yes.
It was kind of in line with
Yes,
that?
yes.
Okay, thinking that it went through the window frame and then that was a secondary.
Yes, but like I said, since I'm not trained in trajectory, that could not have been marked.
Okay. This is 92.
So it's the same picture, just added a scale ruler.
It's exhibit 93.
So that is more bullet impacts on the same patio, the interior living room wall next to that window frame and the TV.
It's number 94. What are we looking at here?
That's the interior door frame of the patio, between the patio and living room,
Okay, and what's your reason for taking this picture?
to show where there's bullet impacts, but on the opposite side, so on the inside of that patio door.
These marks that I see here, is that what looks to be bullet impacts?
Yes,
And do they correspond with bullet impacts you see on the outside of the door?
yes.
Okay. And these two things right here?
Wait till he, thank you. Go ahead.
Sorry. These two things I'm pointing at here, if you can see
The
what it does.
the locks to the door.
Locks to the door. State Exhibit 95. Tell us what we're looking at.
That's the interior of the patio door.
What do we see?
The living room area and items of evidence number 13.
All right, which you've identified as a bullet fragment, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you notice if there was any other bullet fragments anywhere along this wall?
No.
Did you look?
Yes.
It's Exhibit 97. What do we see?
The interior of the living room.
And did you go kind of over the couch to see if there was any bullet strikes along the couch?
Yes.
Because there's some pictures later on that,
Yes.
right? This is 98. What do we see here?
It's a mid-range view of item of evidence E13 in between the living room couches.
Okay, can you point to your diagram where that is?
Yes. So we're looking at this area.
This is 99. It's Exhibit 99. What do we see here?
So now we're inside the living room and we're looking towards the kitchen area. So I'm right here facing this way.
Now, if we kind of look on the couch, what do we see on the couch here?
Holes on the couches. So possibly bullet impacts.
Okay. Also here on the arm of the couch. Did you notice that?
Yes.
What did that look like to you?
It looked like it could have been blood.
We're talking about that area right there, right?
Yes.
And on this door right here, what is this door to? You show us where that door is.
Yeah, it's a closet, but it's a small closet, a hallway closet.
All right. Did you note any bullet strikes to that closet?
Yes.
Can you see them here on this diagram?
Yes.
Up here. Here and down low.
Yes.
And how about this wall? Did you see what appears to be bullet strikes on that wall?
Yes.
And we have better pictures of that. You did see some, right?
Yes.
This is State's Exhibit 100. What do we see here?
A different angle of the living room. So I'm standing at that closet door facing the living room.
And these items here, I'm curious, do you know what those items are?
It appeared to be some sort of sticky tape. I'm not sure if that's what's used for maybe flies, mosquitoes, the fly trap.
Thank you. This is 104. What do you see here?
That's between the living room and the kitchen area.
Okay, did you look along here to see if there were any bullet strikes along the counter wall there?
Yes.
And in the rear of the sofa?
Yes.
The back side of the sofa?
I'm sorry, the rear of the what?
Sofa.
The sofa? This is 102. What do we see here?
So that's the same kitchen counter, opposite side. That's showing the sofa as well.
This is exhibit 103.
That's the counter of the kitchen.
Okay, so from 102, if you just stepped to your right and taken another picture, is that what we're looking at?
Yes.
How was the apartment look, apart from the debris, the medical debris? Was it clean? Was it well kept? Was it orderly?
Yes.
Four. What do we see here?
That is the area between the dining room, which is to your right, and the kitchen to the left.
Okay, so where is the front door from your vantage point here?
So I'm standing right here. The door is to my left, this area, like diagonal,
Okay.
but left and behind me. That makes sense.
So the little rectangle there, what is that in between this table here and the door?
I'm sorry for it.
Sorry, I'm sorry, the rectangle? Oh, this right here.
Closet.
So that's right here, that wall we see is the closet.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, there's something else here. There's an evidence marker here in the back.
Yes.
What evidence marker is that?
Evidence marker E18.
Okay, and was that marking? What did you find at that location?
It was a bullet fragment, and I would say that's in the dining room area.
Okay. This is 105. What are we looking at here?
So that's the back wall of the dining room area.
Can you point to it on that diagram?
Yeah. So we're looking at this wall. There's that cabinet that you see, brown cabinet, and we're looking at this wall of the dining room.
Okay, and what evidentiary significance did you find there?
Appears to be a bullet striking next to the cabinet.
Where I honed it in there?
Yes.
Now, what's on the other side of that wall, do you know?
I believe there's another apartment.
This is 106. Is that a better picture of that bullet strike?
Yes.
107, what are we looking at?
View of the kitchen, so they have a kitchen island.
Eight, let me see.
Yes. That is the kitchen counter. So previously you saw the chair, there's the kitchen counter, and that's just a hole that's placed there.
So in the background that we see, is that the door that goes out to the patio? What are we looking at?
That is the wall. That is
Oh, that's the wall.
this wall.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Where are we at? We're here. So the laundry room wall, because I'm standing over here on this side of the kitchen island. So that's the kitchen island. I believe that's the kitchen island.
This is the island,
Yes.
and you're taking a picture toward the back wall.
Yes.
Right? Gotcha. And that's 109, we see that same chair in there,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So you would have been taking it in this direction?
Yes, so it's facing that door that you see there, behind the kitchen island. That's what you previously showed me on that other picture.
This is 110. What were you meaning to take a picture of here?
I was told by fire that the vents were sealed, so that's what I was taking pictures, just showing that there was no air coming through.
Here and here, that these were covered
Correct.
vents? And this is in the kitchen area?
Kitchen, and that's also in the hallway.
Okay, can you show on your diagram where that is?
Yes. So that is right here on this wall, in between the closet, and then there appears to be a wall up above the hallway.
This is 111. What do we see here?
Evidence item number 818, that's in between, that is in the dining room near the kitchen.
You had mentioned before that that was a spent bullet fragment.
Yes,
Is that what's shown in 112?
yes, it's a close-up view of the bullet fragment.
And it's wet there too, isn't it?
Yes,
It's exhibit 113.
so that is between the dining room and the kitchen.
114.
Kitchen area.
115.
Bullet hole inside of that island, kitchen island.
Okay, so the island, if you're standing here facing the back wall, and that island is there.
Yes.
In front, is there a bullet hole next to that chair, right there in the center?
Yes,
So did you look for where that bullet went?
yes.
Showing you 116. What do we got here?
That's the bullet that was found inside that kitchen island.
Okay. And that's mark number 19.
Yes.
So the hole was here.
Yes.
Demonstrated on exhibit 117. And this is 118. What do we see here?
Close-up view of E19, which is the bullet. Spent bullet, sorry.
119. What do we see here?
That's bullet holes or bullet impacts on the kitchen counter.
Okay, where are these counters at on your diagram?
They're right here, underneath the sink.
Underneath the sink.
Yes.
Here's 120. What do we see here?
That's underneath the sink and a bullet impact.
Okay, it's right here?
Yes.
Did you look for a bullet in there?
Yes.
This is at 121. What is that?
That's the backside of that kitchen, underneath the kitchen sink cabinet.
Yes.
So this is this wall here.
Okay, so garbage disposal.
Yes.
These water lines here.
Yes.
Okay, is this spraying water?
Yes.
In this area right here.
Yes.
$122. What do we see?
Hallway of that apartment and also kitchen counter.
You take a couple of steps and take another picture. Do we see exhibit 123?
Yes.
This is exhibit 124. What do we see here?
That's the wall in between the living room couch and the kitchen counter.
Okay. And we see marks here on the wall
Yes.
and marks here on the couch.
Yes.
This is exhibit 125. What is this?
Oh, bullet impacts to the couch.
Okay, is that from the other pictures that we just saw right here?
Yes, it's a closer view.
126. What do we see?
the living room couch with that kitchen counter behind it.
Give you a better picture of this. Stripes on the door
Yes,
in here.
yes.
Did you recover any of the bullets from that went in there?
No, we opened that closet, but it appeared that there were still bullet holes behind that wall.
So it traveled through the door and through the back wall of that
Yes,
closet?
yes.
That's 127. Is that same closet door?
Yes.
128. Does it get the lower gunshot defect on that same closet door?
Yes.
This is 129. What do we see here?
That's the kitchen counter.
When we were looking at, we saw the couch along one side and the counter along the other side. Is this that counter
Yes.
side?
I didn't hear it, I'm sorry.
Okay,
No, I didn't hear your question.
and I don't remember it. Is it?
Okay, y'all are talking over each other a little bit.
I'm sorry about
Thank you.
the wall between the couch and the kitchen counter. That's where this is located.
Yes.
Now, did you find the bullets that made these entries here?
No, those were the bullets that you showed previous underneath the sink. So that is the back wall of the sink. And we previously saw them where the garbage disposal and the water pipe were hit.
So it's the outside of that wall where all the water started leaking from,
Yes.
right? Is it 130? What is this?
A close-up view of those same bullet impacts.
It's exhibit 131. What do we see here?
That is the doorway area of the bedroom behind the living room.
Can you show that there?
So I'm standing here in this area, and I'm taking a picture from outside in.
And when you check in this room, is this room empty at the point that you're processing this scene?
In the beginning, when we were outside marking the items of evidence, there was still a person inside that bedroom.
This is 132, can you see here?
Now I'm inside that bedroom behind the living room.
Ah. I'll just show you the next exhibit for the image. It's exhibit 133, same room,
Yes,
closer picture.
yes,
Exhibit 134, same room.
yes.
Exhibit 135. Is this a close view? Tell us what we see here.
So that appears to be a bullet fragment, and it's underneath, or somewhat underneath, the bed.
Takes exhibit 136.
That's a close-up view of the bullet fragment that was found.
Your Honor, if I could, can I take the witness on board on that issue?
Sure.
Sure.
Ms. Diaz, I noticed on any of the bullet fragment that you saw, we have an exhibit marker on it. This one doesn't have one.
No, that was towards the very end, doing our final sweep when that was found.
Okay, so you never marked that as an item of evidence, you never marked that as a bullet fragment?
I collected it, and then when I went back to the office, it was marked with the picture with the marker on there.
Okay, but you never marked it at the scene?
At the scene, no.
That's all. All right.
So So when you started processing, was demand still in his room when you put out the initial marker?
Yes,
And so, from his questioning, after he was removed, at some point later when you came in, you discovered that in there?
yes.
52 at 137? What we're looking at here?
That same view of the bedroom.
Was this bedroom clean, orderly?
Yes.
At 138, what do we see here?
That's the bedroom. Between the bedroom, so that's the bedroom wall, which is this wall, the wall between the bedroom and the living room.
Okay, did you examine that wall to see if you saw any bullet defects in that wall?
Yes.
And what did you see?
It appeared that there were bullet impacts in the closet of that bedroom.
Shin was been marked Stacy's at 139.
So it's a closer up view of the bullet impacts.
And 140.
Close-up view of the bullet impact that was found inside the closet of the bedroom.
Is that the only bullet impact thing or defect you found on the entire wall?
Yes.
And did you find any other bullet fragments in that room?
No.
One bullet fragment in the room, one defect on the wall?
Yes.
Take a seat and rest a little bit, thank you.
Pass me my microphone, please. Here? Yes, thank you.
With respect to these items of evidence that I asked you to bring, select items that you collected at the scene,
Yes.
and bring them in this bag right here?
Yes.
All right. Members of the jury, I'm going to give you a short break.
All right for the jury? seated.
All right, members of the jury, welcome back. State?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
We broke, I had asked you about items that you brought with you. Are these the items you brought with you from the property room?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Let me put that over there. I'm gonna empty these out of view. Show it to you one at a time here. Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 154. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, it's item of evidence number E12, and it's a hammer.
Okay. Do you know what's contained inside that package?
Yes, it states on the barcode, one hammer with orange and black handle.
And did you prepare that barcode?
Yes,
And is that the packaging that you put, the hammer that you found at State's Exhibit 12, or evidentiary marker 12 inside that package?
yes.
Okay. Let's open this up. Take a look. Open it up outside the presence if you can. Does it indeed contain what you expected it to contain?
Yes,
I'm marking that 154A. Put it back in there. Stay with off what's been marked as State's Exhibit 154 and 154A.
No objection. Admitted?
And then publish it to the jury, Your Honor.
Yes.
The packaging being 154 and 154A being this hammer. Okay. Next item. I have this marked as State's 152. Do you recognize it?
yes.
What do you recognize it, and how do you recognize it?
So I recognize the barcode that I created. It's item of evidence number E20.
E20 was what on your diagram here?
I have on here one shattered glass candle, in quotation, Lord's Prayer.
Okay, is this the prayer candle that you identified in the photographs?
Yes.
Did you take that, collect it, wrap it up in this container?
Yes,
Let's open it and take a look inside and see if it's what you expect to be in there. Is it sealed?
yes,
Okay, sealed with tape?
yes.
Okay, inside that, is that another wrapping?
Yes,
Okay, I'm gonna mark that, 152A, and you recognize that wrapping?
yes, this is my wrapping.
Okay, and how do you know it's your wrapping?
I have my writing on here, which says caution shattered glass. I have my initials and the date that it was packaged.
And is it also sealed?
Yes,
You can open that. And inside that is another wrapping, is that right?
yes,
Is that a wrapping that you made?
yes,
Okay. This is one, let me mark this, what is this, 154C? Whoops. And if you be careful opening that, right? Is there going to be glass in there?
Yes.
If you can open it on one end, if you can, some way. Some way to keep it together. That's is it 154? That's 152C. I apologize.
Need it?
Okay, let's see how we do here.
Oh, I can open it.
Oh,
I
can
just
you
don't know
open
if we
it?
need it.
Okay.
Again. Yes.
Okay, and does it contain what you placed in there?
Yes.
The remnants of the prayer candle?
Yes.
Okay. All right, you can roll that back up. Money bag too, right?
Yes.
It offer States Exhibits 152, A, B, and C.
Submitted.
Right here. Have this marked as States Exhibit 156. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What's contained in there?
Spent shell casings, and I've marked it item A.
And how do you recognize it?
The barcode that I created.
Is this
Also,
the-
there. Yes.
How many shell casings did you actually collect from that scene, if you remember?
I do not recall, but they would be in here
They're all
individually.
inside.
Yes.
Okay. And let's take a look, see if they're there. Again, without showing it to the jury first. Okay, there are multiple bags in here?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to label these separately. I want you to count with me. And
Yes.
there are, when we go. First of all, 1, 2, 3. How many did you count?
16.
16 small manila envelopes. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, let me mark each of them. This is 156.
I can't hear.
This is 156.
Yes. I got it. It's
A little bit random. Let's see how I did. All right, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 156A through
P.
Correct.
Recognize these, all of these came in out of the bag 156?
Yes.
Okay, and if you'll look at these, are these the items of evidence that you collected from the crime scene?
Yes.
And looking at each one of these, just look at the markings on each one.
Yes.
Do they contain your markings and the date?
Yes.
Case number?
Not the case
Okay.
number, but it's my initials, date, and badge number.
They all came from the bag that had the case number and
Yes.
the other identifiers from the tag you made?
Yes.
Okay. Are these the items and the cartridge casings you picked up from the scene on 6/23/2023?
Yes.
Okay. And I will offer State's Exhibit 156 and its contents 156A through 156P.
No.
Right there, admitted.
Okay. Let's put them all back in 156. Thank you. All right. I'll show you what's been marked as State's 157. Can you tell me what this is?
Yes, these are items of evidence E13, 18, E19, and E22, which all appear to be bullet fragments.
And is this packaging that you prepared on 6/23/2023 with respect to the 8 bullets and bullet fragments that you found out at the crime scene you testified about?
My packaging will be on the inside. It looks like these were maybe sent to the crime lab.
Okay, so they were forwarded to the crime lab?
Yes.
And enclosed in that deal?
Yes.
Okay, take a look inside and see if you see your markings. Do you recognize the contents of State's Exhibit 157?
Yes.
Okay. What is contained in 157?
The bullet fragments with the barcode packaged with my initials, badge number, and date.
And how many items are there?
4.
Let's mark those. Individually A. 157B. And 57C. And 157D. Okay, and these are all manila envelopes, right?
Yes.
Can you feel through them about, see if they contain what you feels like they contain? What's it feel like?
Hard, solid, small fragments.
Okay, these are the items that you, those are the kinds of items you placed inside those envelopes?
Yes.
Okay, and you had mentioned that there were other markings besides yours on this?
Oh, yes.
Other markings
sorry.
on the envelopes,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And when a item of evidence can be tested further, do we have a crime lab in Bexar County?
Yes.
And what are the protocols for getting an item that you collected and you took to your secured property room and then getting to the crime lab?
The follow-up unit detective assigned would request our evidence to be sent to the crime lab.
And when it goes to the crime lab, do the items have to be sealed?
Yes.
And when the crime lab does their testing, do they have to reseal it before they return it to the San Antonio Police Department?
Yes.
And all these items, have they been resealed?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna 157A through D, and sign States Exhibit 157, and I will offer those items in evidence.
Judge, may I take a witness on both items?
Yes.
Ms. Diaz, the 157B, which is your E22.
Sorry.
That
Yes.
is, where was that bullet fragment found?
That is the bullet fragment that was found in the bedroom.
Okay, so that was the last one that you talked about, you thought was a bullet fragment, but didn't have any flags or any markings in the photographs that you took at the scene.
Correct.
All right, Judge, that's all I have. I don't know if Town Council has anything. Also, the items that we're talking about, the items that you seized, do you know if it was on the first or the second search warrant? They were seized under a search warrant.
Correct.
Do you know if it was the first one or the second one that you were operating under?
I was operating under the one that was issued on that day, which is June 23rd.
Okay. And was that a search warrant that listed Melissa Perez as a suspect?
I do not recall.
Okay, Judge, that's all the questions I have. We have no objection here.
All right, they're all admitted.
States Exhibit 155. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is my item of evidence E1, which is a bullet fragment.
Let's get some background before we talk about this here. A year later, in September of 2024, did you return to that apartment?
Yes,
For what purpose?
to collect bullet fragments that were in the wall.
Okay, and you had talked about, when we were showing the photos, that there were bullet strikes where you didn't find a bullet
Correct.
that night, right?
Correct.
And a year later, did you go back under better conditions, perhaps, to go and find those bullets?
Yes.
Okay, particularly from what location?
The wall that is in between the bedroom wall and the living room wall.
Well, here.
Yes.
And in the course of executing a search warrant back in that apartment, did you take photographs?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits 141 through 149, if you take a look at those. Do you recognize them?
Yes.
What do you see there?
Those are photos of the apartment as seen on September 20th, 2024.
2024, that fairly inaccurately depict what you saw from your own eyes through your own camera lens.
Yes.
I would offer what's been marked as Exhibit 141 through 149.
If the state is willing to stipulate that the apartment 3102 did not look like this on the date of June 23rd, 2023, we would have no objection. Otherwise, we would object.
Testimony is these weren't taken June 23rd of 2023, and I would not submit to the jury that the apartment looked the same a year later than it did at that day. This is a subsequent search warrant done a year later. Different occupants of the building
Yes.
at that time, different furniture.
Yes.
As long as that's noted, we would have no objection.
All right, they're admitted.
May I publish the meeting?
Yes.
So you state what's been marked as State's Exhibit 141. What are we looking at?
So that is the kitchen area leading into the living room.
After you enter the front door, kind of turn around? Right?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 142.
So that is the wall between the living room and the bedroom.
Okay, and this wall, when you were there a year earlier, a little more than a year, June 23rd of 2023, did you see bullet strikes in this wall?
Yes.
This is 143, what are we looking at here?
So you can see the bullet strikings appear to have been painted over.
Like, for instance, that impression?
Yes.
And was your purpose to kind of look for the bullet that made the bullet strikes that were seen in that wall?
Yes.
And since you'd seen the wall last and the apartment last, had it been painted over?
Yes.
And holes filled?
Yes.
This is at 144. What are we looking at here?
A close-up view of what appeared to be the bullet striking with the ruler.
This is 145. Tell us what you see.
So we're cutting into the wall to see if we see any bullet fragments or maybe bullet strikings on the opposite wall.
Okay, I see, correct me if I'm wrong, 4 cutouts of that wall.
Yes.
Okay, what were the purpose of the 4 cutouts?
So we could not find the bullet or a bullet striking on the other side of that wall. So therefore we figured that the bullet fell into the wall, and that's why there are 2 cuts at the bottom.
To see if the bullet, by virtue of gravity, fell to the bottom?
Yes.
Okay. And it's at 146. I'm sorry. What do we see here?
So we found that the bullet was lodged into like a 2x4 that was in between both of those walls.
Which of the holes were we looking at there?
The one at the top right.
This one here?
Yes. So at first we did not see that bullet stuck in the 2x4. So that's when we made the hole at the bottom, looked again, and saw that that bullet was stuck or lodged in.
Showing you 147.
Yes.
It's kind of just polishing it away. Did you reveal there was a bullet there?
Yes.
It's 148. What is that?
The hole at the bottom left?
But did you find any other bullet besides
No.
the one there in the 2x4?
Correct. We only found that one.
And State's Exhibit 149, what is that?
That is E1, the bullet that was lodged.
And how did you go about removing that from the 2x4?
From the 2x4, we cut around that. I had maintenance let me borrow his power tools.
And you took it out and you put it in an envelope?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 155. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is, 155 is a manila envelope, right?
Yes.
Where have you seen that before?
It has my barcode, also my initials, date that it was packaged, which was September 20th, 2024.
What did you put into that manila envelope?
Bullet fragment, which is E1, the one we just saw.
The one from the 2x4 on the wall?
Yes.
Okay, can you open it up and confirm whether that's in there?
You want me to open?
Let me mark this. What's the number on it?
A1.
I'm sorry, what's the number on there?
155.
155. We'll mark this smaller envelope 155A. And looking at 155A, do you recognize that envelope?
Yes. It's also sealed by me, has my initials and date.
Okay, and what did you put in that smaller envelope?
The bullet fragment.
Okay, the one we just saw from the picture that was in the 2x4?
Yes.
Okay, and put that back in there. And the state offers what's been marked as State's Exhibit 155 and 155A.
Your Honor, may I take her on board, right?
Yes.
Ms. Diaz, that bullet that you talked about that you saw, I guess you saw lodged in a 2x4, like in between the walls.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any evidence that that bullet or any fragment from that bullet had made it through that wall to the other side?
No.
So it was stopped in there in that 2x4?
That one bullet, yes.
That one bullet. Did you find any other evidence, I guess? Because I know that, well, just kind of going back to some of the other photographs that you had on the night of, that closet seemed to have a hole in it.
Yes.
But that hole wouldn't have been caused by the bullet that you found, as far as you know.
Correct.
Because that bullet was way higher
Correct.
and no evidence that it went through.
Correct.
All right. Judge, I don't have any other questions. All right. We have no objection.
All right, they're admitted.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 153. Can you tell me what that is?
On here, I have a barcode label as projectile fragments from the surface of left shoulder.
Okay, with regard to this exhibit here, did you ask for and receive this from the property room when you asked for it yesterday?
Yes.
And was it sealed when you got it from the property room?
Yes.
And since you collected from the property room, where did you bring it?
To court. Here.
Okay, and is this one of the items that you brought to the court reporter to hold in security, tell your testimony today?
Yes.
Okay. This is not an item you collected,
No, it's not.
right? But is it under the same case number that these other items were?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have on this item. We'll offer this through another witness.
We don't have any objection to offering it.
You don't have an objection to me offering it? Okay. I'll offer what's been marked as State's Exhibit 153.
All right, it's admitted.
Okay, these items were admitted earlier in the trial, State's Exhibits 15 and 16, that purports to show the injuries of Officer Salinas. Did you take those photos?
Yes, I did.
Defense Exhibits 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19, if you look through those. Do you recognize those pictures?
Yes.
And did you take those pictures?
Yes.
When would you have taken those?
On the night of June. June 23rd, 2023.
And were you directed out to the fire sprinkler closet or room in another apartment building from Ms. Perez's?
Yes.
And did you take pictures of it?
Yes.
And that these pictures that were admitted earlier? Right. Ms. Diaz, did you have any role in any other part or investigation into this case?
Just photos and evidence collection.
Those 2 days, on the 23rd, when you went out there, did the searches, collected evidence, took photos?
Yes.
And then September, a year later, what was it, September 23rd?
September 20, 2024.
Okay, is when you went out to that crime scene to look for the missing bullet or bullets, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Microphone.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, Officer Diaz. Ms. Diaz, we spoke a few times already, and my name is Jason Goss. I represent the officers here in this case. So, I guess the first thing I wanted to talk about is I'm going to need to gather these pictures up. Where are they? Oh, all right. Yeah, Coach.
Yes.
I heard the... Oh, all right here. Perfect. I guess the first thing I want to talk about is, so somebody like you, somebody who has your training, working for the city, you would respond, it would be typical that someone like you would respond to a shooting, any kind of shooting.
Correct.
Involving officers or anyone else,
Correct.
right? And how many do you think you've responded to in your career?
Numerous. I wouldn't be able to give you an exact number.
Yeah, dozens, probably?
More than a dozen.
More
Oh,
than-
dozens, correct.
Dozens,
Correct.
more than 100?
Correct.
Okay, it's a lot. And I think the point I want to make is that you responded, you do all of these things that you did when the shooting is justified or unjustified, right?
Correct.
So if somebody's acting in self-defense and has to shoot somebody, you would respond and do everything that you did, even though there's a person who is unfortunately is deceased, even if it's justified, you would still do everything that you did.
Correct.
Right. And the idea is because having responded to so many of these types of scenes, you would agree that the things that you have seen can look awful.
Correct.
Right. And that's a part of your job. It's something that we're glad that you do for us. But you do have to see things that look awful, like for instance in this case.
Correct.
But that, because it looks awful, doesn't mean that it's unlawful.
Correct.
You would agree with that?
Correct.
So I want to go through some of the, I guess some of these photographs that I want to point out. Starting with, well, let's start with Officer Salinas. States 16, states 15 and 16. Let me get that shade on there. So we talked about this being a photograph. This is states 15. This being a photograph of Salinas' injury. Let's see. Is there a light I can turn on? Okay, that's better. Yeah, I guess here you see this redness here on his forearm,
Correct.
and that's kind of what, as somebody who works CSI, that's what pinged you into like, I need to focus on that section of his arm,
Yes.
right? Then in 16, we kind of see a little more about that redness.
Correct.
Now, have you ever in your career initially photographed somebody with kind of blunt force trauma and then maybe several days later take follow-up photographs of it?
If it's requested by the follow-up unit.
Sure, so you have done it.
I have.
And so you know that something that looks like this in a few days often is black, blue, yellow, green, like it can look different days later.
It can.
Because something that looks like this in the first hours, as you know, body's bruised, and you've taken pictures of people who, the first picture you took, maybe you could hardly even see anything. The second picture you took a couple of days later, it was black and blue all over.
Correct.
Okay. So kind of moving to states 55. Now, in stage 55 here, you see you said that this was a kind of a picture of the screen door, and if we, I guess if, Your Honor, may I approach the demonstrative they have? Or the
Yes.
map? So, on your map here in 28C, you had pointed out that there's a window here, like coming from the it's kind of looking out onto the patio and looking into the living room.
Correct.
Right? And that screen would have been right here, kind of in front of that window.
Yes.
Okay. So, on the screen in States 55 of this photo that you took, we can see those glass shards there.
Yes.
Right? Now, you would agree with me that would be, as they're on the screen like that, that would be consistent of glass from that window and screen coming out and landing on that screen door.
Correct.
And those aren't like tiny pieces of glass, right?
Correct.
Those are something like that. If it were to hit or contact a person, could do bad injury to them.
Correct.
Because these are like glass shards that are large pieces, or medium-sized pieces that are coming out.
Yes.
And you've seen like maybe tempered glass or something where it's supposed to break into little tiny pieces so that the glass doesn't hit you like that. But that's not that.
Correct.
Those things will come off in shards, and those shards can hurt, injure, and kill.
Could. Yes.
Possible. Now, just kind of looking at 56, we can see that, we can see at 56 as well, we can see these two pieces, move that back a little bit. We can see these two pieces are, those are the same pieces, but they're substantial, and you photographed that for that reason.
Yes.
Now, you didn't collect any of it,
No.
of the glass, and I guess would that be typical not to collect glass like that?
Correct.
Okay. But what you did do is you collected the glass from the candle that had shattered,
Correct.
right? And in your understanding, that glass that was over there on the screen wasn't the same as the glass from the candle. They were kind of on different parts of the forge.
I wouldn't be able to differentiate that. So the glass that was wrapped around with the prayer, that is the glass that was collected.
Sure. Yeah, but if you would have thought like, hey, that's glass from that candle, you would have put that together too if you thought that, but you didn't have that. That wasn't in your mind that those two pieces are together, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Now, and I noticed that you said with the candle, you had to wrap it up and it said caution shattered glass, right?
Correct.
Why do you do that?
So that way it's not further destroyed or maybe in the property room thrown around.
Right, okay, sure. So like, because the pieces that you have, you want to keep as pieces,
Correct,
not smaller pieces.
correct.
Okay. So it's kind of like putting fragile on a package.
Yes.
Got it. Now, when the prosecutor asked you to open it, he said, be careful opening it. Why did he do that?
Because there's glass in there.
Right, and what can glass do?
Cut you.
Cut you, hurt you, injure you.
Correct.
And depending on where it cuts you, for instance, if the glass comes into your eyes, you can blind you, you agree.
Correct.
If it's moving at speed and, hits you in the neck, it could sever a carotid artery and you can bleed out.
Correct.
Okay. So looking at, I kind of want to look at, I think it's 74, is it?
70.
Oh, is that 70? Got it. Oh, that's State 70. But one of the things I want to show you here is that State 70, these were the bullet holes that he was pointing out, but do you see State 70? It has like a lock on the outside there, right?
Yes.
And that lock could theoretically be, if you had a key, could theoretically be opened with that key.
Yes.
But there's only one,
Yes.
right? So you would agree that on that door that you photographed, there would be only one that could be, like only one of these locks could be unlocked from the outside.
Correct.
Now, we look at States 95. That's an inside of the door with that same lock. You agree?
Yes.
So let's kind of put these two together. So if we put them together, the lock that would correspond to this outside lock would be the one that's, I guess, the first one that we see here in this picture.
Yes.
And then there was one higher than that that does not correspond to any outside lock.
Correct.
Okay, so what that means and what that tells you, honestly, you don't even have to be a pro, just what that tells you as a human being is that if that top one is locked from the inside, there's not a key from the outside that can unlock that top.
Correct.
Okay, so if they had gotten a key to try to unlock this door, if they got a key to unlock this door and this top one was locked, that key to unlock the door wouldn't have done it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, just kind of going back with the glass, I want to point out in 89, I think the prosecutor went through it with you, but in 89, in that windowsill from the inside, you also see quite a large piece of glass on that windowsill.
Yes.
Right? Now that looks like a piece of broken glass. It wasn't made or meant to be there. It looks like it was broken and ended up there, right?
Yes.
And a piece of glass that large can be sharp, you would agree?
Yes.
Can be deadly and dangerous.
Yes.
And in 122, I think, because you were there, you were kind of photographing the rooms. So 122, States 122 is a picture looking down that hallway.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So you would agree that these two bedrooms here were very close together.
Yes.
And they were on the same side of the hallway.
Yes.
Okay. So for you to go back and photograph either one of those bedrooms, I don't think you took pictures of the back bedroom, but you did take pictures of the bedroom that had the old man in it.
Yes.
And you know that bedroom would have been that first one that you come to.
Yes.
All right. So if somebody is coming out of that back room and trying to come down the hall to the living room, they would have to pass the room that had the old man in the bed in it.
Yes.
Okay. And those two rooms are very close together, you would agree?
Yes.
All right. And I want to talk about, you're in uniform today. Judge, may I press the witness?
Yes.
And, I'm sorry, I want to look at your shoes.
Shoes.
Yeah. Would that typically be the shoes you'd wear on scene?
Yes.
Okay, can I see the bottom of them? All right. So the shoes, and I know that's kind of weird, I'm sorry, but the shoes that you would wear, officers kind of wear similar shoes. They have, the point of the shoes that you wear is to have tread, to have traction, to be able to make sure that you're not slipping in water or other things as you're working a scene, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know by your experience that when a shooting first happens, when the thing first goes off, the officers or people who are around in an officer shooting, they are worried much less about evidence and preserving it as they are about preserving life.
Correct.
You know that. And so what can happen is, and even EMTs and paramedics, what can happen is they run in there and they're going to the person who needs aid and attention, and they can kick shell casings, right?
Yes.
And you've seen that happen where you know that a shell casing's kind of ended up in a weird place that it shouldn't end up, but it can be carried by the feet of the officers as they're coming in.
Yes.
And paramedics as they're getting their bags down, and then they'll move stuff, and that's proper procedure, because even though as a CSI person you would prefer your scene to be exactly like it was so that you can collect it, you do understand that human life and trying to preserve human life supersedes all of that.
Yes.
Right.
Correct.
And you agree with that.
Yes.
So, and kind of talking about bullet fragments. So, because the bottom of my shoes don't have a tread, but because shoes like yours and shoes that officers would wear as part of their uniform has that tread to keep you safe, it can also pick up shell casings and bullet fragments inside that tread.
Correct.
And then the officers can walk to a separate part of the room or the house, and it can be deposited somewhere else.
Correct.
And you wouldn't have any way of knowing if that happened or not.
Correct.
Okay. And that has happened to you before? It's happened on scenes?
Not.
In the sense of like, you have had a shell casing that's like way off somewhere, and you're like, I don't know how that happened, but the fact that it could be carried on the shoes of the officers and then deposited without them knowing it somewhere else, that's a possibility you're trained on.
Yes.
And all you can do, because you can't say what happened if you weren't there, is just mark where you found it, take a picture of it, and that's your job and your role.
Correct.
So one of the things when I guess when Mr. Lumen was talking to you, as far as the old man in the bedroom, I think you said originally when you were processing the scene outside, you knew that he was still in there.
Yes.
And by the time you got inside the bedroom, and I couldn't tell, maybe you could tell the pictures, it didn't look like the candles were lit anymore. Did you have lit candles in there when you went in?
I don't recall.
Okay. It didn't seem like it from the picture. But as somebody who processes a lot of scenes and takes a lot of pictures, you also agree that sometimes the human eye can see better than what the camera can.
Yes.
Right. Like, and so, like a body camera or any kind of film or anything, sometimes you can see something that the camera cannot.
Correct.
Right. Because for whatever reason, our eyes, our God-made eyes are better than man-made cameras. Right. All right. So but as far as the old man, we say the old man in the bedroom, as far as the man who you knew was there, did you intentionally wait for him to be removed before you processed that scene?
Yes.
Okay. And that's just because you didn't want to, he needed to get out and get to where he was safe, and then you would come in and do that?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember photographing there was a lot of photos, I think it was towards you. So, if we look at 128, I know you didn't mark this as an item of, there it is. I know you didn't mark this as an item of evidence, but that was in that bedroom there, states 128, that you said that there was that man that was in the bed.
Yes.
Yes, and then I guess up here you see that that's kind of that would be like a bedpan or something that he would need to urinate from the bed.
Yes.
And that's because, I mean, I guess that tells you if somebody does require that they're what we would call bedridden, or they would have a hard time getting around.
Yes.
Right. I noticed when, I guess you were talking about how you know what's important and what's not. Is there somebody on scene directing you to what they want you to take pictures of?
Yes, homicide detectives.
Okay, because, I mean, with your experience, I mean, there's stuff that you look at that's obvious that you need to take pictures of. There's bullet holes that or potential bullet impacts. There's broken glass. There's, unfortunately, there's a body in position, somebody who has died. There's injuries on that body, so you know to take pictures of those. But as far as like how all of these things relate to an investigation as a whole, you would need direction in order to do that.
Yes.
Right? And in fact, you did take pictures of the fire alarm box that was pretty far, I mean, it was a ways away from that apartment.
Yes.
And the reason you did is because somebody told you to go do that.
Correct.
Okay, and I think Mr. Nisbet will have some more questions for you about that later. And I think that I did want to talk about one thing. Obviously Ms. Perez's clothing had been removed, cut off. That is common in your experience when somebody is being medically treated to free the person of clothing so they can see any injuries that they have.
Correct.
And what you saw was evidence of medical treatment that had gone on with Ms. Perez.
Correct.
And did you know that some of those seals and some of the things that were happening, those were happening like by some of the officers on the scene who were also coming in trying to give medical attention before EMS got in there?
I was not made aware of that.
Okay.
But that's possible, yes.
Yeah, that would be common in your experience.
Yes.
Because when police officers, if they're forced to shoot somebody, they still want to save them if they can.
Correct.
And they're not trying to kill, they're trying to stop in your experience.
Correct.
Right, and so that's why they will give medical treatment and intervention, even if they've just shot the person, because they want the person to survive, right?
Correct.
I'll pass the witness to Mr. Schwartz.
Wondering if we may take a 5-minute break.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. We'll let you know when we're ready.
All right, for the jury.
We previously tendered to the state photographs of Exhibit 76 through, I believe it's going to be 96. And they've agreed that they're admissible and they will be admitted. However, we need to introduce Andrade's body camera, which is Defendant's Exhibit 98.
Which body camera, I'm sorry?
Andrade's body camera, which is Defendant's Exhibit 98, and Alfaro's, which is Defendant's Exhibit 99. And they have objected to a search warrant, which was signed at around 3:23 or so by a magistrate judge. I understand the state's going to claim that it's hearsay. However, we believe that the court can take judicial notice of it under 201 and 202. It's a court record, and it was signed in connection with the search of the residence that this CSI was collecting evidence. And so we would ask that it be admitted. Also, we have photographs 98 through 103 that the state's going to object to. However, we believe we can cross-examine the witness on these. So I just wanted to clarify that before we began. And we're going to connect up 98 through 103, and I believe that the rules of evidence permit us to introduce evidence if we connect it up through other witnesses, and it would obviously be embarrassing to the defense if it were to be stricken because we couldn't connect it up, but we believe that we can connect it up through Kinji, who the state has subpoenaed, and the court has previously said that we can rely upon the state subpoenas.
All right. State.
Your Honor, the pictures he showed me, which were still shots of body-worn cameras, but we do not object to those freeze frames of body-worn cameras that have been admitted into evidence. He mentioned there were photos from 2 body-worn cameras that have not yet been admitted. If they admit those first, those body-worn cameras, I won't have any problem admitting the freeze frames from them.
So those photos are Defendant's Exhibits 76 through 96?
Yes.
Okay, so then I'll admit those.
And the body cameras that haven't previously been introduced are Andrade's Defendant's Exhibit 98 and Alfaro's Defendant's Exhibit 99.
I'll object to those.
All right, so 98 and 99 are admitted.
And I have a copy of Defendant's 97, court wishes to look at it.
And that's a search warrant?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state's position that it is hearsay, and taking judicial notice is not just a free-for-all exemption to all hearsay. And if they're not calling the sponsoring witness, it's a factual summary of someone who they're not
I'm
calling.
sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
If it's a factual summary of a witness they're not calling, it's improper hearsay to admit it. And it's not an issue of legality. They don't have any standing to attack the grounds or the legality of the grounds for searching the apartment. It wasn't the
I didn't
officer's
hear.
apartment.
I'm sorry. Hold on.
It's not a legal issue where they're offering the affidavit and the search warrant for the purpose of attacking the legal nature of searching the apartment, so it has no relevance toward any motion to suppress or other issue. It's hearsay, we object to that.
The state has proffered the theory that somehow or another officers have been trespassing or burglarizing a residence. And so since there's a warrant, the collection of evidence, the removal of evidence is important in this case and gives context to why the evidence was collected. They can't have an incomplete picture of why evidence was collected. And they never got a search warrant until a year and a half later, collected under the theory that it was a murder.
Okay, so this one is Defendant's 97, Are there others that you're seeking to introduce?
Yes, we want to introduce 98 through 103, which are photographs taken by Kenji Uno. We believe that we can connect that up.
Now, 98 and 99 are already admitted, right? Those are the body-worn cameras?
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have, I apologize for not marking them correctly. But I will rectify that.
So you're starting at 100, defendants 100 through,
Probably through 105.
And
or 8. Let me see. Yeah, so you're moving to defendant exhibit 100 through 105.
Correct.
And just from Mr. Splinter's argument, he's purporting to offer to this witness, photographs that she did not take, that were perhaps taken on another day in other places by other people. And it's improper to ask this witness questions about pictures that she can't authenticate because she wasn't the one that took them. She didn't take them on the day that these pictures were taken. We have a right to cross-examine the witness that took the pictures and the circumstances in which those images were taken.
Well, we're going to call Kenji Uno to introduce these, and we can certainly ask her if she saw these items in the residence, and was she directed to look for them? And if she wasn't directed to look for them, then she wasn't directed to look for them, because that's relevant to this case.
They can ask her questions about what she saw and didn't see in the apartment. They can't introduce photos of her of things that she didn't see in the apartment.
Well, obviously, since we're going to introduce it through Kenji Uno, it's going to be relevant to show what the item was that Kenji Uno did find. And it's admissible if we promise to connect it up, and if we fail to do so, the court can instruct the jury to disregard.
All right, so would this witness have the ability to authenticate 100 through 105?
She will not, but that's not necessary under rule of evidence.
Dan, why don't you just ask her, show her the photo right now and ask her? Because she walked all around the apartment and looked at everything.
I'm going to ask you to look at exhibits 100 through 105 and see if you saw those items in the residence.
No.
I can't tell from this picture of where this is at in the apartment, but I did see similar.
To 100,
Yes,
okay?
but I don't know where in the apartment that is. And I've never seen these items, no.
Judge, even though she may not have seen them, maybe she can't authenticate them, if you'll give me a moment, I can tell you the rule of evidence that permits their introduction. I believe it's going to be Rule of Evidence 103 that you can admit evidence for limited purpose, subject to being connected up. And also, yes, on 103.
Yes, Your Honor, and just to add to that, authentication is the thing what it purports to be, right? That's all it is under 901, right? Is the thing that we're talking about what it purports to be. We got these in discovery from the state, so they agree and admit that they are what they purport to be, which is the pictures and the photographs taken by Kenji Uno at or around the time of in the apartment. the reason it's important with this witness is we have the authentication. I mean, if we were bringing something that they did not believe was true, then I could understand that, but they know it's true. They gave it to us. But what's important about it is that, and it's not saying anything necessarily about this CSI, but there are things that are important to the investigation, the other investigation that started this whole thing, that she was not directed to take pictures of. So the jury needs to know what those photographs are that she did not take pictures of because she was not directed by the investigation. And as Mr. Cifuentes said, the witness that they know will easily come in and authenticate and say that it is what it purports to be, will come in. And so we're asking that they be conditionally admitted, as Mr. Cifuentes argued.
So, how would the jury know that they're true, right? How would the jury know that they purport to show whatever it is they're supposed to show?
Well,
if this witness cannot authenticate.
Because we all agree that they are, and so what we're doing is we're representing to the court that they are true. We've got them from the state who also agrees that they are true, and they are the photographs that they gave us. And the jury may not necessarily know now, but that's where the conditional part of it comes in. And so conditionally, we can talk about the fact that these are other items that were photographed in her apartment at or around the time of the event. You did not photograph these things. You were not told to photograph these things. These things can have relevance to the other investigation of the photographs you did take of the wires being cut at the firearm. Because that's what they are. It's batteries and things that she had stolen from the fire alarm, which this witness did take photographs of. And so it's really just showing that there was a missing piece in the investigation and not on her, because as she said, she relies on a detective to tell her that these are relevant and important. The fact that a detective did not tell her that they're relevant and important is relevant and important to our case. And so as far as the jury is concerned, I think where the conditional issue comes in is if we weren't able to have Kenji Uno say, I took these pictures at this time, which the state knows we're going to be able to do that, then the court would say, look, you just disregard those photographs, and that would be that. But if we didn't all know that this is going to happen later, and just for the purposes of not bringing her back and saying, all right, now let's bring you back and talk about you didn't take any of these photographs, that's all we're asking to do.
And I represent to the court that as part of discovery, Detective Soto wore a body camera where he interviewed Kenji Uno and he referenced these photographs. And there's an email that the state provided us in discovery from Kenji Uno to Detective Soto where he attaches these photographs as the photographs that he referenced in his prior interview. So there should be no doubt that these are true and correct copies.
Your Honor, and if I could just add one more thing. The state has gone out of their way to say there were no exigent circumstances in this case. Besides hot pursuit, another exigency would be because she escaped and there was evidence of the thefts that she had committed, which she admitted to on body-worn cameras that she had committed multiple thefts and burglaries of the fire alarm systems. The fact that these batteries were in her apartment, proof of those things. This witness was not instructed to look for evidence of that. The state provided us with those pictures. They know what that is evidence of, that it was evidence of thefts that were inside of stolen batteries that were inside of her apartment, which would constitute another reason for an additional exigency and not a burglary of a habitation by all of these police officers. So for that reason, it's very vital, and we can connect it up. Mr. Uno was on their witness list. They were the ones that provided us with these photos and this evidence.
All right, so if those photographs contain what you purport to the court, what they contain, I'll find that they are relevant. State, will you stipulate to those?
No, Your Honor, they need, in the context of those photos, we have rules of evidence, Your Honor. Just because we have something in our possession and give it to the defense does not dispatch with the rules of authentication and does not dispatch with the rules of hearsay. And any witness who took those pictures needs to be available, sitting right there to be cross-examined about when, where, and how, and motives and those other kinds of things. We don't just give the jury things without any context, which she can't provide. Are all the police reports in this case all of a sudden admissible because we gave them to them? They're not. Hearsay is still a valid objection in a criminal proceeding, and we expect them to have to follow the rules of evidence in the same way that we're required to.
Rule of Evidence 104B states, relevance that depends on a fact. When the relevance of evidence depends on whether a fact exists, proof must be introduced sufficient to support a finding that the fact does exist. The court may admit the proposed evidence on the condition that the proof be introduced later. This is the exact situation that this rule is designed for.
Have you talked to this witness? Have you lined him up?
That's your intention?
Well, this witness...
Hold on,
I'm
hold on.
asking. It's a fair question.
Yeah, but let me just do this. I mean, I understand the technicalities of everything. I am going to sustain the state's objection to Exhibit 97, which is the affidavit for the search warrant. I will allow and admit defendant's Exhibits 100 through 105, the photograph.
Your Honor, may we admit that the warrant was signed on June 23rd, 2023 at 3:17 a.m. on page 2. If you're not going to admit the affidavit, can you redact the affidavit?
You basically just want page 2 that those were warrants signed at that time on that day?
Well,
So you'll make the affidavit, the second page of the affidavit, 97A?
yes.
Okay, so you're moving to introduce 97A.
Yes.
Response to that?
Just the warrant, is that what he proposes?
Yes.
And not the affidavit, which contains the hearsay?
Page 3 of 4 is the search warrant.
Can you just rip it off and label it just as one exhibit?
Yes,
Just a single numbered exhibit?
yes, 97A.
Can't see.
Because frankly, the contents, the issue that the court had in sustaining that was the state's objection to hearsay on the affidavit portion. That the court didn't necessarily see an issue with.
I don't have any objection to the warrant itself.
Okay,
Well,
so,
Judge, we're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. We're offering it to meet the state's allegation that this was a burglary of a habitation and there was no criminal actions against police officers. This is an admission of a party opponent, an agency. The prosecuting agency is the San Antonio Police Department. They went and got an affidavit and a search warrant for this, saying that it was an aggravated assault on a peace officer. So for them to be able to say, oh look, our prosecuting agency produced this, it was an aggravated assault on a police officer, that was the basis, their authority for going into the apartment that night. And I think the jury's entitled to know that, once again, the state's speaking out of both sides of their mouth.
They were the state that night, Your Honor. These men were the state of Texas.
That's why we didn't file it.
all right, so I'll admit defendant's Exhibit 97A.
And it's 2 pages. It's page 3 of 4 and 4 of 4. Or 2 of 4.
And, I'm going to make this ruling. So the state has arguably opened that particular door. So based on that last argument made by Mr. Del Prado, I'll admit defendant's Exhibit 97, but we have to make certain that the jury knows it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Correct.
It's being offered to rebut the state's argument.
Can we have a limiting instruction then, Your Honor? As far as
Yes.
what the reason is that it's being admitted?
Yes, I will provide a limiting instruction. Anything else?
No. What about the Kinji photographs?
Yes, those have been admitted. That's 100 through 105?
Yes.
Yes.
You're admitted?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me work on a limiting instruction real quick.
So 100 through 105 and 97A, Judge? I'm sorry.
And 97.
97, not
Yes.
80.
97 and 97 and either 97A, or do we just want to put both documents together and make them 97? Mr. Cifuentes? Mr. Cifuentes?
Yes.
Yeah, you want to make it 97 for the two documents together?
For the affidavit and search warrant.
Okay, yes. Then it'll be 97. There is no 97A.
Okay.
And I'm working on the limiting instruction.
All right for the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Diaz, my name is Cifuentes. If I ask you a question you don't understand, please let me know and I'll try to rephrase to the best of my ability. I understand that you hold a certification level as a CSI 3. Can you explain to the jury what the certification process is?
So it is under what is called IAI, which is International Association for Identification. You take so many hours of training, which could be photography, just evidence collection, blood spatter recognition, things of that nature. From there, you take a test, and after each test, you're allowed, once you pass, then you're given a level 1, level 2, and level 3. So after so many years, you are able to move up on your levels and also possibly get kind of like a pay raise with the city.
All right, so your certification level, don't want to embarrass you, but for bragging rights, it's pretty high up, isn't it?
It's a level 3.
Pretty high up?
It's up there.
Okay. All right. And you have to be squared away and do things properly to obtain that level 3, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, one of the things I want to ask you about is the incident detail report. May I approach?
Yes.
This incident detail report, would you agree that it lists all the people that have been dispatched to this call?
Yes.
All right, can you, for the benefit of the jury, read out the names of all the CSIs that showed up to the call?
Well, I know they are assigned to the call, so I can,
Sure.
what time they arrived or if they went to the scene. They may have also gone to headquarters.
Okay.
Okay?
So read out their names and then read out when they were dispatched and read out when they arrived and when they cleared from the call.
Okay. So you have 8131 Charlie, which appears to be Pete Donahue on that night. He was assigned at 2:16. He arrived at 2:30. You have 8171 Charlie, which is CSI Sydney Fusca. She was dispatched at 2:17 and arrived at 2:21. Oh, sorry. She arrived at 2:34.
Okay.
Then you have 8141 Charlie, who appears to be CSI Everhart. She was assigned at 2:24, arrived at 2:36. That's what I see on.
All right, and can you tell us when all those CSIs cleared from the call?
So you have CSI Donahue, who, sorry, is a uniformed detective.
Okay.
Okay. He signed off at 4:43 from the call.
All right.
And you have CSI Sydney Fusca, who cleared at 8:06 in the morning. You have CSI Everhart. Appears she cleared at 5:39. Yes.
All right, what time did you clear?
$7:18.
All right, and I had asked you before the break if Chief McManus had showed up to the call, and he was unit number 0001. What time did he show up and what time did he clear?
He arrived at 3:08 and cleared at 4:05.
All right, so based upon the IDR, would you agree that Chief McManus was present at the same time you were?
Yes.
All right. Now, is there a form that is required to be signed controlling the who, or actually documenting who enters into a crime scene that SAPD uses?
The officers.
Okay. And do you know whether Chief McManus signed that form?
I would not know.
All right, fair enough. Can I approach again?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to look at Defendant's Exhibits 80 through 93, and after you reviewed them, please let me know. All right, and did you see a photograph of a gentleman wearing a police officer hat?
Yes.
And in particular, Defendant's Exhibit 81 has such a person. Who is that in the picture?
It appears to be Chief McManus.
All right. And would you say, based upon your review of these photographs, that he entered the crime scene?
Yes.
All right. And he was in the crime scene for a significant period of time, correct?
Correct.
And did you see him inside the resident, the unit 3102?
No.
All right. Did he ever talk to you?
No.
So, based upon these photographs, you know that he was inside 3102, but you never had an opportunity to talk to him or speak to him, correct?
Those photos do not show inside apartment 3102?
Okay. He entered 3102 at I can show you on the photograph on a particular body camera, and Alfaro's body camera, and also Robinson's body camera. Back up a little bit. This is Alfaro's body-worn camera at 3:15:53, and I'm going to start playing it. And do you see this gentleman enter the crime scene wearing a hat at 3:16:05?
Yes,
And that's Chief McManus, right?
yes,
And would you agree that he's walking inside the crime scene towards Unit 3102?
yes,
All right. And did you see in the far corner that there were people walking into 3102?
I did not see. If you want to replay that.
All right. Do you see them walking in?
Behind him?
Okay, so on the left of the screen, there is an archway that's
Yes.
lit up. You saw people walk into that?
Yes.
Okay. And if I represented to you that that was Chief McManus, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No.
All right. So you agree with me that at 3:16:26, we see people enter 3102?
Yes.
And that's Chief McManus and his aides, correct?
Yes.
All right. And on Robertson's video, we can see Chief McManus exiting from that unit. And I'm going to play there's a group of people standing in front of the patio. Would you agree?
I do see people, silhouettes.
And would you agree that that group of people included Chief McManus when he exited the apartment unit 3102?
From this frame, I can't
Okay,
see clearly if that is him. I see a silhouette of a person.
all right. And while we're looking through this video, would you agree with me that at no time did Chief McManus ever tell you to look as to whether the TV or nightstand blocked Melissa Perez's ability to charge to the window?
Rephrase, I'm sorry.
Okay. Did anyone ever tell you that Melissa Perez could not have charged to the window with the hammer because the TV and nightstand was blocking her access?
No.
All right. Had you been told that, would you have measured the distance between the nightstand and the right pillar from the outside perspective of the window? In other words, to measure the size of that gap.
The person conducting the diagram would have done that.
All right. And that would be necessary to know whether or not it was possible to reach that gap, correct?
Correct.
And that's not your fault that you weren't told that. None of the detectives told you that, correct?
Correct.
And had you been told that that was necessary, you would have measured that, right?
Correct.
All right. And what's a Leica scanner?
It's a 3D scanner. It gives precise measurement as to where items are located once they're placed into the program. And then from there, it's a software. So it's a software that shows basically where the items of evidence are, and you can take measurements using that.
All right, and it shoots out millions of laser beams, correct?
Correct.
And it can create a 3D model,
Correct.
and it can create precise measurements from a specific point to a specific point, correct?
Correct.
And since 2008, the San Antonio Police Department has had a lease agreement with Leica, correct, for the Leica scanner?
Correct.
And part of that lease agreement is that if it's ever broken, they provide a loaner unit, correct?
Correct.
And so this, on the date of June 23rd, 2023, was covered by that lease agreement where if a Leica scanner was broken, they would be required to provide you a replacement unit, correct?
Correct.
So you don't know why a Leica unit was not available at the time, do you?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that had someone wanted to scan 3102, unit 3102, they could have held the apartment unit for an extra day and come back with like a unit when it was repaired if it was in fact broken? Right?
Yes.
No one asked you to preserve the unit, preserve 3102, or talked about why the Leica scanner was unavailable, did they?
Correct. Nobody.
All right, so you don't know whether it's true that the Leica scanner was unavailable, correct?
I know that it was unavailable because we hold it in our office and it was not there in our office. We were told by our supervisors that the Leica was broken and was sent off.
All right, but you're required to have a replacement unit shipped to you immediately when it's broken, correct?
I believe so, but that's something a supervisor would take care of as far as getting the replacement.
And that supervisor never indicated that the scene should be held over for an extra day for the Leica unit to return, correct?
Correct.
And the importance of the Leica unit and the reason why police like to use it is that you may not know whether certain distances or measurements are relevant because you have incomplete information, correct?
Correct.
And you won't know until a later point in time when people review body cameras whether it's necessary to measure a distance from one point to another, correct?
Correct.
And if the Leica camera had measured distances originally, then you could go back to the body cameras and say, oh, I know that when she charged from this location to this location, it was so many feet, right?
I have not seen it been used in that form with body cameras, but I'm not saying that that's not possible.
Okay. May I approach the diagram?
Yes.
would you agree with me that I'm pointing to, for purposes of the record, I believe it's 28C, that I'm pointing to the hallway between the kitchen and the living room, correct?
Correct.
And if you had the Leica camera, someone could have measured the distance from the corner of where the living room and the hallway meets to this patio window where we have the 11-foot mark by the window, correct?
Correct.
So if you had the Leica camera, you could have measured that distance from here to here, correct?
Yes.
And if you had the Leica camera and you were told that someone charged from the right of the wall where it's 14 feet 9 inches along the couch, turned the corner, and headed towards the window 11 feet, with the Leica camera, that distance could have been computed, correct?
If the person if we know the accurate point of where that person was standing,
Right.
yes. So the object could not be moving. It would have to be, like, we would need to know the exact place that person started from and
if
then
you
ran
had-
from, yes.
And if you had body cameras, and you could pinpoint the start point and the end point, you could measure the distance traveled, correct?
Yes, it would give about a rough estimate.
All right. And if someone charged from this corner to the patio door, the body camera, the Leica scanner could have measured that distance, correct?
Correct.
All right. But because it wasn't used, that information was missing, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that, for purposes of the record, that the corner of this TV stand from here to the window, nobody measured that distance, correct?
That's something you would have to ask CSI Fee Scott on. Since she conducted the diagram and took measurements, I don't know what she took measurements of or where she has those at.
But you would agree that in the photographs that have been introduced so far, that distance hasn't been measured.
Correct.
And it's not on this diagram either, is it?
Not that I see.
All right, now. Oh, before I leave this diagram, this patio distance is 6 feet, correct? The width of this patio is 6 feet?
Yes, that's what appears that she's trying to indicate.
All right, and would you agree with me that the screen that we saw in the photographs is not depicted in this diagram?
Correct.
All right. Did anyone measure the dimensions of the height and width of the screen?
No.
All right. And would you agree with me that no one measured the distance between one corner of the screen to the wall or one corner of the screen to the patio rail?
Correct.
And so if, for example, Sergeant Alfred Flores was standing at a certain point by the corner of a screen, had those distances been measured, we would have known the distance from when the hammer struck at 2:02:07 and when Alfred Flores was standing at the screen at 2:02:07. We would have known that distance, correct?
Correct.
And if you had the Leica scanner, you would have known with precision that distance, correct?
Yes.
Right. And would you agree with me that CSIs are trained in taking photographs of damages caused by tool marks?
Yes.
Or by tools, I should say.
Correct.
And what you're taking a picture of when you're collecting evidence is tool mark evidence, correct?
Correct.
Now, were you told that Melissa Perez struck a window at 2:02:07 and came within 3 to 5 feet of striking Alfred Flores in the head?
I'm sorry, repeat?
Were you told by any detective that Melissa Perez swung a hammer overhead, tomahawk style, hit the window, and nearly hit Alfred Flores in the head with the hammer at a distance in the back of his head at 65 feet.
No, I was not.
All right, had you been told that and you knew that she struck the window, would you have wanted to take pictures of the horizontal frame of the window to see if there was damage to the window from the hammer?
Yes,
And why is that?
to show where the tool or the hammer hit the frame.
Yes.
Yes, then I would have taken a picture.
And that frame is made of aluminum, correct?
I don't know what it's made out of.
If it's made of aluminum, you would expect to see damage, correct?
Yes,
All right. And so, is it fair to say you weren't given sufficient information about what happened in terms of collecting evidence?
I was told there was a hammer involved and that there was a shooting.
Okay, that was all you were told. Who told
Correct.
you that?
The detectives at the scene.
Which detective at the scene?
I believe I spoke with Hines, Detective Hines.
Now, were you told that she swung a hammer breaking glass and it was ejected in the direction of Alfred Flores?
No,
Had you been told that information, would it have been helpful to take a photograph of the pattern that the glass fell on the ground to show the cone shape of where the glass landed?
so there are pictures of the patio. Is that where it landed, or is that, because I do have pictures of the patio and the window.
All right. Would it be fair to say that had you been told that glass had been ejected from the window after a hammer struck, that you'd want to show the path of all of the glass that flew out the window? You'd want to do that, wouldn't you?
So showing the pattern, I showed the 360 view of the patio and the interior where the living room is. So I believe I documented pictures accurately of how the window was placed when I saw it.
Okay. So would you want to have an overhead view, like on a ladder or something? You do have ladders, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Would the best way have been to do that would be to get on top of the ladder and shoot down towards the patio and see the entire patio?
I could have done that, but also we have the cameras high enough with the video screen to turn and face me. So I have 320 pictures. I'm not sure if it's somewhere in those pictures of the whole patio area. So
Okay.
it may be in there. I just may not have seen it today.
All right. So would it be fair to say that in order to get a 360 view, someone would have had to have stitched those photographs together, correct?
Correct.
But as far as you know, Detective Soto or whomever in OSI never stitched all the photographs together to show you, right?
Not that I am aware of, no.
All right, so if the detective knew that you had done the 360 view, you would have expected him to stitch those together to show that pattern, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you don't know why he failed to do that, do you?
No.
All right. And speaking of the tool marks, did you look for a pry bar in 3102, given that Melissa Perez broke into the fire control alarm panel?
No, I did not see one, neither look for one other than the hammer.
Did anyone direct you to look for a pry bar?
No.
All right. Did you believe that the hammer was the pry bar to break into the fire access control panel?
I believe they have the ends of the hammer that could be used to pry something open, such as a door.
So you believe that by taking a photograph of the hammer and the claw, that you took a picture of the potential instrument used to pry the door open?
Correct.
And would you also believe that that was the potential tool used to pry the red panel open?
It could have been used. I'm not sure if it was, but it could be used.
All right. Were you told by anyone that Melissa Perez admitted to then Lieutenant Chris Hudson that she previously stole 13 batteries from fire alarm panels in the complex?
No, I was not made aware of that.
had you been made aware of that, would you have looked for those batteries and taken photographs of them?
Yes.
May I approach you again, sir?
Yes.
I'm showing you exhibits 100 through 103, and in particular, can you take a look at 101 and 102? Were you directed to search for what's depicted in 101 and 102?
No,
What do those appear to be to you?
because you're telling me they're batteries, but if I saw this, I would not know what they are.
Okay. And I'm asking you to take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 104 to 105. Were you directed to look for components of a fire alarm panel?
No,
Do you know what 104 and 105 are?
no, I do not.
All right. And you did see evidence of Defendant's Exhibit 100 in the residence, did you not?
Yes,
And what's in Defendant's 100?
a vent that appears to be taped
All right.
with the cardboard and duct tape.
And did you see all the vents like that?
The ones that I saw that were like that were the ones in the kitchen, hallway, and I don't believe if there was any in the living room.
All right. Who told you to do that?
The firefighters told us that they pointed out, hey, those vents are covered up, and they believe that to be odd.
All right. And I believe you testified that the old man, Santos de la Rosa, was present inside while you were conducting the search.
Correct.
Can I approach again?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 75. I'm going to represent to you that that is the bedroom of Santos de la Rosa, and on the window seal and the timestamp is 1:38:36. Would you agree?
Yes.
On the windowsill is a glass that appears to have a liquid in it.
Yes.
Were you ever asked to collect that to determine what it was?
No.
If you had been asked to collect it, would you have done so?
Yes.
And is there a way for a CSI to collect that and test what it is?
Not to test it, but I would photograph the item as shown, and then I'd swab or take a sample using swabs of what that liquid is, package that, and then because liquid cannot be placed into the property room, it would have to be tossed out.
All right.
And then possibly maybe even fingerprint the glass and then also package it.
All right, and then if you packaged it, the swab, you would have sent that to potentially the crime lab?
That would not be me to send that off.
But it could be done, right?
It could be done.
And it could be determined what the liquid is.
It can be.
All right. And at any point in time, I'm showing you 78 and 79. I represent to you that's on Rojas body-worn camera. Did you see that gentleman at any point in time?
I saw a gentleman who appeared to look like this man sitting in from the outside, sitting in the bedroom.
All right.
So I can see him from the exterior of this window.
All right. Now, did you ever see any firefighters do any kind of medical assessment of Santos de la Rosa?
No,
Did you see any firefighters do any kind of medical assessment outside when he was carted outside?
no,
All right. And you do understand that he was wheeled out in a wheelchair while you were processing the scene?
I did not see him when he left.
All right, and you indicated that you did not let me pull up a video, if I may. Before I go there. This is that photograph you took, correct?
Yes,
All right. And I'm putting my cursor over an object that's gray, and it looks like it's black on the bottom and black on the top. Did you collect that item?
no,
If you were told that that was a battery from the fire alarm control panel, would you have collected that?
yes,
Did anyone tell you that?
no.
All right. All right. This is Officer Rojas' body-worn camera. The timestamp on that is 03:06:12, and based upon your testimony, you would agree you were present inside when this body-worn camera depicts what we see here, correct?
That I myself was present?
You were present inside 3102, not in this room, but you were present in 3102, based upon your arrival time and...
I could have been outside as well. A lot of focus was placed outside, taking pictures and evidence on the porch, so I'm not sure if I had already entered into the apartment at 3:06.
All right, fair enough, but would you agree with me that where I'm putting my cursor, there's a candle burning there, correct?
Yes,
And it's my understanding that you testified you don't know who extinguished that candle, correct?
correct,
And no one directed you to take a photograph of it, correct?
correct.
And had you been told that there was exigent circumstances because of concern for the elderly man, you would have taken photographs of that candle, would you not?
I'm sorry, repeat?
Would you have taken photographs of the candle if there was concern about the safety of this individual?
Yes, yes,
All right. And if you were told that Santos de la Rosa needed medical attention, you would have taken photographs of him as well, correct?
depending what type of medical needs, maybe if he had an injury, such as a stab wound or a shooting, then I would.
All right. If he was an invalid and there was concern about his safety and well-being, you would have taken photographs of him?
Yes,
All right. And you would have expected EMS to tend to him before ejecting him from the apartment complex, correct?
I don't know what, I I can't speak for what EMS would have done or should have done.
Do you know who this individual is in the window?
No.
Okay, is that a detective with the San Antonio Police Department as far as you know?
It looks like it, but I do not know.
Okay, and you have no idea who that might be?
No.
All right. Can I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit 37, and I represent to you that it's a search warrant, affidavit and search warrant for 3102. Can you tell us what time the search warrant was signed?
At 3:17.
Yes. On what date?
June 23rd, 2023.
All right, and did this give you the authority to collect the evidence that you collected?
Yes.
All right, on the first page of this document, can you read this to the jury?
The top, this one right here?
Yes.
There is in this suspected place items constituting evidence that the offense of aggravated assault on a public servant in violation of section 22.02 of the Penal Code of the State of Texas has been committed.
All right, let me interrupt. I'm going to go ahead and read the limiting instruction, okay?
Okay.
Members of the jury, I'm going to read you an instruction before the rest of this document is read to you. You are instructed that there is evidence being offered that consists of an affidavit to support the search warrant obtained by law enforcement officers. The statements made in the search warrant affidavit are not being offered and are not admitted for the truth of the matter asserted in the affidavit. That means that what is said in the warrant affidavit is only being admitted for the purposes of assisting you, if it does, to put the matters in context. All right, you may proceed.
All right, can you continue reading?
Yes, violation of section 22.02 of the Penal Code of the State of Texas has been committed, and said evidence is described as follows.
All right. And anywhere in this affidavit does the affiant who signed this claim that any police officer was committing the crime of criminal trespass or burglary?
Does it state that any officer?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Let me interrupt again. It's 5:30. And members of the jury, I told you we would go till about 5:30 each day. So we don't want to break that too often, anyway. Tomorrow we got a very heavy docket in the morning. We're going to have a full docket probably till about 1 o'clock. So I'm going to instruct you to be back no later than 1:30. I do anticipate that Thursday we'll have the entire day. So you can plan accordingly. So tomorrow 1:30 till about 5:30. And then Thursday, the entire day. Remember the instructions I gave you? We'll see you tomorrow at 1:30.
All right, for the jury?